Morning, Commissioner.
Try it this way. Good morning. Did it work that time?
It works better. Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning. Good morning, Commissioner.
All right, well, it is 9 o'clock. Let's go ahead and get our briefing going for this morning, the week of January 9th. We are headed into a closed session, approximately last an hour, according to RCW 42.30.1404 for labor discussions. All right, we'll see you back in an hour. Good morning, Dan. Good to see you.
Good morning.
All right, well, I think we can go ahead and get started now. Welcome back, everyone, and we'll move right into our agenda. And Dan.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, Mark. This is our annual agreement between WSU Extension Mason County and Mason County, where we look at the MOU and talk about the programming coming up. And it's a formality. We talk about the program efforts that we do, as well as the financials that is provided by Mason County to WSU, called the MOA, or the Appendix A of that. Been doing this for a few years with you guys, and I appreciate your support and the great work that we're doing together to help Mason County residents. So, and any questions on this?
Any questions for Dan?
Nope.
All good with me.
All righty. Well, Dan, it moves forward.
Wonderful. I appreciate it. I did want to add one brief thing for you is on January 19th, we have our Small Farms Master Gardener Coordinator starting. So I'm excited to have that position moving ahead, which is fantastic. And I will introduce you to that person as soon as she is onboarded and all that good stuff. So,
Very cool.
thank you, commissioners.
Right. Thank you, Dan. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on into the EDC. Jen, I don't see the EDC on here yet. Well, technically they're supposed to be here at 10:05 and we're about 4 minutes early. Diane or Mackenzie, could you give them a call to make sure that they are
I'm calling, Commissioner. I'll let you know what I get.
all right, thanks, Diane.
We do have the sheriff's office here. Looks like Chief Drackby here and Travis.
We do. Are you guys ready to proceed forward?
I guess I can start on my part.
Okay.
So it's a request for a sole source purchase on the AR-15 uppers that we had asked for under the ARPA funding last year. And you guys, the commission had funded us for this year. And I'm just looking for a sole source agreement to move forward so I can purchase these from a specific provider. It's the only provider that provides this specific setup that we're looking for.
I'm in agreement.
I am as well.
All right. Sounds good.
Thank you, commissioners. And that was easy for me.
Thanks, Chief.
You guys want me to go next?
Sure, go for it.
Okay, so part of your briefing packet included a copy of the renegotiated contract between the county and the city of Shelton. The city had come to us about 2 months ago wanting to renegotiate the contract, and we got rid of we went from having a flat rate per diem or flat rate inmate housing fee to a per diem rate, which means that they only get charged what they use. And they are shipping their people off to Nisqually. So that's why the contract changed. So anyhow. Questions?
We had all this explained a while back when they came to us. So I don't know to say if I'm in agreement, because there's nothing truly to move forward until we get to a point where we're having a budget change.
Aren't you bringing forward an interlocal agreement, Kevin?
Yeah, it's attached to the agenda packet.
Yeah, so that'll move forward to our next regular board meeting.
Yeah, it's scheduled for the 17th, I think, the next week.
Great.
Yep.
All right. I have no questions. Commissioner Schutte?
I'm okay right now. Thanks.
What is the interlocal agreement?
Where is it?
What is it?
It's the change of prisoner housing contract between the or modified prisoner housing contract between the city and the county.
Oh, it's okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
I thought there was something different. Nope.
Yeah.
Good.
I guess just one question. Are you all still exploring some options with Nisqually for us as well, or just kind of what's the status of that?
Under Sheriff, do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I can. Can you hear me?
Mhm.
Yeah, so we're in the process of entering into a contract with Nisqually now that we were going to bring to you. I was hoping that would be done last month, and now I'm hoping it'll be done next month. We did our part quite a while ago. As far as I know, it's still with their legal, and then it has to go to their counsel. But I didn't see any real purpose in coming to brief you folks until we had a contract that actually had some provisions in it that we could talk about. So we're waiting for them on their side, and then as soon as that gets done, we'll set up a briefing and come back and talk about that.
Great. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I think it's better to have the ball in their court with them reviewing it, and just for people to know that on our side we've done as much as we can until they get back to us is good enough. So appreciate your work on it.
Yeah, I think we were done with our side end of November, beginning of December. So we're just waiting at this point.
Okay, great. And then you'll just give us updates as time goes on.
As soon as we get it back, I will submit it for a briefing, and we'll come back and talk to you about the next step in the process.
All right, great. I know I met with Chief Beeson and got an update as to what they're doing. So it's all good.
Great. All right.
And I think also today is National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day.
Wow, I was unaware.
Well, there you
Came to
go.
work like any other day.
Well, we appreciate you.
I appreciate all the guys out there actually doing the work.
Absolutely.
Yeah. We do too, I'm sure.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Under
All right,
Sheriff.
anything else for us?
No.
Okay. All righty.
Commissioners, I've had no luck getting a hold of EDC, so I don't know if you want to just swap out and move on to ours or not.
Jennifer's logging in. It's like,
What's that?
Wirely.
Oh, there she is.
Sorry, guys. I got onto Zoom and it said, must install this update. Like, of course, at this point.
And naturally.
Well, good morning.
good morning.
I'm going to assume that so you said there she is. It's my turn, so I should just get started. Okay. Just wanted to say thank you for giving me some time to do a briefing today. There are a couple of things that I wanted to update you on specifically and get a little bit of feedback from. The first one being the Economic Development District. If you guys remember, probably about 7 years ago, when Lynn was the director, there was a movement to reorganize that organization. It got taken apart and never got put back together. So we've been working with Grays Harbor, Pacific County, and Thurston County now as a part of this reconstitution of the Economic Development District. We've gotten the approval to move forward through this process from the federal government, and the steps to do that, we have to do a regional SEDS report, the big report that is the big part of the EDD. Then we submit it, and then depending on what they say about that report, then we get the final approval on, yes, we can reconstitute that organization. So this first one is a bit of a test to give them to make sure that we're covering all of the information and all of the report that they need. We have had the kickoff meeting. We had that in December. We're moving ahead with it. The timeline that I wanted to talk with you guys about really has to do with the SEDS list as we have it. So currently the EDC is just doing a SEDS list, a project community-wide list for the county. It is traditionally been part of that regional SEDS document. Wanted to talk with you through this first year if you wanted us to run a separate process. if we do, then we can start it at our normal time, which is open it in February, look at the projects, move it forward. If we do it as part of this reconstitution of the regional SEDS list, then we're looking at a timeline probably April, May, before we get to the point where we're going through what that looks like, prioritizing the projects, and then submitting it to it's the same process through you guys, with you still looking at it and approving it before it would go into that report, but the timeline changes. So kind of wanted to get a little bit of feedback from you guys on whether or not you wanted us to run a process just for you so we can keep the same timeline, or if you're okay extending that timeline out a bit and doing it as that regional report.
I'm okay extending it out. Who does this regional report go before?
It goes before the EDA. And so it's a federal report. The last one that we've had was in 2014. And the way they set up the report is there's a regional aspect, but each county gets its own section. So the prioritized report, projects report, will be for Mason County. It won't be then compiled into a bigger regional projects list. It will still be Mason County's list.
It would seem to me that you still need to do the original Mason County list so that you can add it into the other when the other is actually officially formed and ready to go, right?
They end up being the same projects that would be on both of the lists. The big thing that we're going to see that comes out of the SEDS report is they will be prioritized based on the federal guidelines that haven't been given to us yet. So how the structure of that list could potentially change.
All right. Any questions?
Jennifer, just real briefly, has your board weighed in on kind of what their preference is for this?
The committee that's handling the overview of this has, and they'd prefer to do it as just one list, not run two separate lists. We'll be discussing it at our board meeting on Thursday as well.
What's the rationale for that?
It's the same projects. The rationale behind it is it's the same projects. The regional SEDS report gives it a little bit more structure around the community coming together and prioritizing those, but it's the same exact project. So if you ran them separately, you're not going to get a lot of feedback on one of those two projects since they've already submitted to one and not the other.
And when would we have to make a decision on this?
We still are working through the process for the EDD, so I would say probably within the next month, as long as you, as the commission, understand that if you wanted to do a separate list, we open that process for project submissions beginning of February, so that we can have that reviewed, the projects filed and added to the current list and to you by March.
Okay. I mean, I might want to revisit this after your board meets and has a fuller conversation, and then we can kind of chew on the ramifications of it as well. And I think we can get you back before February for sure to have a little bit more of a discussion about it.
Okay, perfect. I'll make a note of that.
And so, Commissioner, are you requesting that she comes back maybe next week for, oh no, we don't have briefing next week.
Yeah, I'd say the 30th or whatever that, because
briefing on the 30th.
2 weeks. Yeah.
Yeah. Would that work for you, Jennifer?
It would. Happy to do it.
Okay.
The other update that I wanted to give you, and this really is just an update so that if you guys haven't been aware, you guys know I don't have a lot of answers for the questions that even I have, but it's around the recompete Act. If you didn't see, they did get funding. They got 200 million funding. That is specifically for strategic grant opportunities. When they were doing their outreach into the different communities, particularly the distressed rural communities, they got a lot of feedback around the resources not being available for communities that are rural and distressed. On top of that, having those resources to be able to pull together the information that the EDA is going to probably put in that application. So they decided to do kind of a 2-grant process. This first grant will be for communities who are planning to go after that bigger pot of money to put in, put their community or their projects in that arena, to be able to hire a consultant, work with different data organizations to pull together everything that needs to go into that bigger application. So they've approved the pot of money for it. They have not talked about the application process, what the parameters around that would be, what would be eligible, who would be eligible. That's a conversation that they're having with the different electeds at the end of this month. So I'm thinking that if there's some consensus, we might get an idea of what that application process for that first section of money will be, probably mid-February, maybe closer to the end of February. So this is just, I know we've talked about it, but it's kind of like talking about opportunity zones. They're building it as we go. So the timeline is going to be a little bit strange, and maybe getting those consultants online will streamline the second part of this process, being able to have that timeline for the big pot and for the big application. But as it sits right now, my guess is for the smaller pot of money, we don't even have a cap on what we can ask for within that. So just wanted to give you guys kind of that heads up on that. I am pulling together some of the partners for a discussion around what that could potentially look like. I'm meeting with different consultants to get an idea on the cost of what we could look at for the bigger application, so that if we don't get enough money from this grant, being able to talk with those partners about coming together and funding that potential gap that could be in what the consultant costs as opposed to what we get through this grant process. So I'll keep you updated as it moves on. And I won't worry about doing it. I will still do it at briefings, but I won't worry about that. I will shoot you guys emails so that you're kept up to date. I'm talking about it also at our monthly administrators meetings. So if nothing else, you'll be getting it monthly through Mark, but I'll definitely keep you updated as that process moves forward. We want it to go fast, but I think it's going as fast as it can right now, the way that they're moving forward to set it up.
Well, we are talking about the federal government.
I know.
Lightning speed.
Lightning speed. So, a couple of months and we'll have the process and then we can apply. So that's kind of it. I'm hoping that they're also going to be able to have some parameters around what they'd like the big pot application. I don't know what else to call it, the actual recompete funding on what they'd like to see in the projects that are submitted. If they're wanting just this is what we're missing and what we need, or if they're looking for this is the vision that we see and this is the project as a whole. So hopefully we're going to be getting some more clarification from them as it starts to really move forward. And I think we're through the holidays, people are ready to get moving. So I think we'll see quite a bit coming from that side. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to take them back, send them to Congressman Kilmer's office, Senator Cantwell's office. They're kind of compiling it all to be able to have those answered. Okay.
And then I know you and I have a meeting scheduled for Wednesday at the board. So
yep, we'll talk board. I'm also reaching out and doing the kind of annual check-ins. I believe I've got a meeting with Commissioner Schutte as well, and we've reached out to Commissioner Netherland to get that set up. So just really want to make sure that that we're helping you achieve the goals that you guys want, and that we're able to help kind of move this all together. The last thing I wanted to update you guys on, since you have been a part of it, is Project Alfred has selected Mason County. They have selected a site within Mason County, and they are already working with the planning department on moving forward their first phase. If you guys remember, that's a greenhouse food production operation. Their plan is to do 4 phases. Each phase is 25 million CapEx, and you're looking at probably about 100 to 150 employees at the total build out. So very excited that that's moving forward, and very thankful for you and your staff and how quickly they always responded to the multiple questions that we got for months and months and months as this moved forward.
Yeah, now that's exciting.
Yeah, it's good news.
Yeah, good for Mason County.
Yes.
Yeah.
If you guys have any questions, that was it on the updates for me.
All right. Any questions?
No,
All
good
right.
update.
Fantastic update.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right. See you soon. All right. Do we have Peter on here?
I've left Peter a couple of messages. I just got an email from him, and so I emailed him back. I'm actually familiar with this one, so if
Okay.
you don't mind, I could actually present it, and if he jumps on, he can be available to answer any questions that you might have. But I believe that the commissioners are familiar with this. This is related to the topic that Peter was discussing with the board during the budget workshops regarding outside legal help to come in and assist when we had conflicts of interest that his staff could not represent individuals that receive indigent defense. So he is going to do this contracting with the law offices of Tajner Law Office. And the rates were actually discussed in our budget workshop. So I do not believe that there is any need to change the 2023 budget. And he's asking if he can move forward with the attached contract at our next regularly scheduled board meeting.
All right. Looks good to me. How about you, commissioners?
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, Mark, I think there are no questions and we're all comfortable with it.
Alrighty, I will let Peter know that he can move on with that.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go on into support services. All
right. Diane, do you want to jump in and do veterans assistance?
Sure. Good morning. So for the Veterans Assistance Program, the Veterans Advisory Board has recommended some changes. And they're asking that the annual cap for each indigent veteran be raised from $1,200 to $1,800, and that the catastrophic payment, which is a lifetime cap, double that from $1,000 to $2,000, and then increase the burial cost from $1,000 to $1,600.
Yeah, when was the last time this was updated?
We increased it to $1,200. It's been a while ago. I don't have the date.
Okay.
It's been a few years though.
It's been a long time.
Yes, and we have capacity within the existing budget. Mackenzie put together this paperwork, and within the existing levy, there is capacity. Of course, we never know the total number of veterans we'll serve, but
yeah. And it has been that long since I've been on. I've moved forward, I think, 3 different increases myself just since I've been here. And then I do know that we've also just recently, a few years back, we increased the rate for burial. That was done separately. And then a few years back, we increased their levy amount, though. So they have more money in the bank.
Yes.
And have they not expended up to their limit now, or what are they? How close have they been?
In 2022, as of November, they had only spent about 32% of what we budgeted for the actual assistance part.
So they don't have more people, but they have the ability to help more.
They have the ability to help more because the levies increased.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I didn't compare the number of individuals on, it's pretty consistent, it seems, but I did not do a comparison of how many individuals they assisted.
Okay, well, I know they're pretty busy because a lot of them come to the desks outside my door.
Yeah, and I know on the burial one, when I went to the Veterans Advisory Board meeting in October, they were saying that, back, I'd say a year ago, it was pretty inexpensive for cremation, but that minimum had gone up pretty much. So that's why they're asking for the burial up to the 1,600. And the law does say we have to pay at least 300.
Because we've upped that amount and they have the capacity, and it's an up to, I'm supportive.
I am as well.
All right, so am I.
So on all of those increases, we're okay? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dan. So welcome to 2023. We're going to start it off here at the end of the month with all department head and elected officials meeting. We have a couple of new elected officials, so it'd be good to kind of bring them in, and wanted to use this time to discuss with the board what you'd like to see. What kind of topics would you like to see covered in this January 31st meeting?
I think, I had a list and now I don't know where my list is. And so I think for me, I'd like to make sure that they understand what the role of the offices are. I'm sure that you've already done that. And they also went to new electeds training, so they understand that a lot more.
But Commissioner, I would say it doesn't hurt to say it again. Because I assure you, they don't know still what the roles are. And if we repeat it enough, we won't, and we can always learn ourselves. So I'm not putting it on them. But I think that we should still include that again.
Right. No, I think every day I learn something, at least one thing new. So I agree. Any other comments?
Yeah, I was going to say, maybe along those lines, I think it would be good to have, just some overview of the services that we provide to the other departments and electeds through HR and IT. They're really, those are just two examples. We can think of others, but just being able to refresh everybody's memory about what it is that we do and how they are in their own ways our customers. We have our external customers and internal customers, and certainly our other departments and electeds fall into that category. So just to go over when and how to utilize those services that we provide and that they're paying into, I think would be a good refresher for everybody. And then I would just suggest soliciting the other department heads and electeds for things that they want to talk about, if they have things that they want to talk about. Pretty excited. We're going to be unrolling, moving forward here with Office 365 coming out here shortly, and so good opportunity to talk about those things too, and some of the efficiencies that that'll provide. But I think that'd be probably more than enough to get us started.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We've got I think we've got some training set up for Office 365 already, so you might have seen those on your calendars this morning. So our IT division is jumping right into it and getting them out there. So I'm excited to see what those opportunities are. I know we have some individuals that have actually used Office 365 before, and they're super excited about seeing it come to Mason County. And we actually have some departments that have already begun using Office 365. So some of those individuals will be a little bit more familiar than others, but I think some of us are going to need a refresher or just an overview on how the operating system is going to change, and how just our desktops might look a little bit different and some of the capabilities that are there. So I do think that that's a good topic to talk about. I am setting up meetings with the brand new elected officials to bring Jen and Mary, so HR and budget, because I think budget is a big part of being a newly elected official. So kind of understanding how the commissioners actually control the purse strings associated with our tax dollars and how they're distributed throughout the county. And then the individual elected officials have the responsibility of operating within those guidelines. And here in Mason County, specific to your salaries and wages and operating budget being two separate budgets that are approved through the budget process. So we were going to talk about that, as well as the services provided by HR and how HR is there to assist them and make sure that as you get into a new organization, a new job, and you kind of start to look at all these positions that are now reporting to you, if you want to change things, or if you want to assign responsibilities or mix things up a little bit, including HR in that process is essential for ensuring that we comply with all of our union agreements, as well as just ensuring that any significant changes are well communicated so that everybody knows. So I do think we'll have quite a bit of items to discuss. So I will reach out to them and make sure that they're aware. This will include all department heads and all elected officials on the 31st at 11 a.m.
I don't know if you could accomplish all that through this meeting. You might want to consider a budget class with an HR class, especially these new people need to realize and understand that you can't change them from a level 1 to a level 2 without meeting certain parameters. Even though you'd like to, and you think you're going to give them new positions, we may not also have that in the budget. So that also changes the budget, because you have a line for that other person with that other job. There's a lot for them to learn, and for us. So it probably wouldn't hurt to consider that as an actual class. And you mentioned the difference between maintenance and operation. They also need to learn that outside of the sheriff's department, which is 50,000, each one of the separate departments has 15,000 that they can move without coming to the commission. But after that, they could still move the money, but they have to come to the commission for permission to do so. But these are all things that they're not going to know until somebody takes the time to educate them and tell them.
And those types of items, I think, are best discussed individually with those new elected officials. So that's why I'm going to set up individual meetings with them, Randy, so that Mary and Jen and I can go together, introduce ourselves, and start those discussions. So I'm sure that Mary and Jen will definitely have some materials ready for them to understand the process and how it works, as well as Jen's schedule associated with the budget. She might be talking about that, I think, later today. Yeah, our calendar for 2023 is an item that's further down on our support services list, but we'll be definitely presenting that to the newly elected officials, making sure that they all understand how it works and how to get on the agenda for the commissioners, and how the processes that we have in place for briefing and then going to a regular agenda with a final decisions. So we will have those individual meetings with the newly electeds. I've actually already had the opportunity to meet with Steve a few times. Steve Dunkel, our new county auditor. So welcome, Steve. I see that you're here. And we've had discussions about operations and kind of how to move forward. So he's jumping in with both feet ready to go. So I think that that's great. And we'll get him all set up so that he understands kind of where his authority ends and where the commissioner's supports.
How long is this meeting scheduled for?
That's what I'm thinking. We don't have a timeline associated with it now, but I'm thinking that based on the agenda that I'm gathering in my head this morning, I'm thinking that it might be definitely at least a couple hours. So it's at 11 a.m. We could schedule it. Would you prefer to? What else do we have on January 31st, Diane? Can you help me out on that one?
Looks like our regular commission meeting.
Oh, so it would be after that. Yeah, we do have a regular meeting scheduled for that.
We could probably move this elected official department head meeting to 10, though. Typically, our meetings are done by 10.
I would agree with you.
Do we have any hearings set for that date?
I don't know. I'll make sure, but if that works, then we'll plan to go at 10.
Sounds good.
This doesn't have to be the only meeting.
Correct.
You know, ideally, we would be getting into a more consistent pattern of these meetings, and I think it's about kind of setting the table so they know who to go to for what and when. You know, and that's I think, you know, that's half the battle. So we don't have to solve everything or train everyone on everything at this particular meeting.
Right, letting them know that our doors are open. You know, all you have to do is walk over, give us a call.
Yeah, so I think that there's some operational stuff that we can probably better handled individually. This I would like to see more of a kind of a visionary meeting so that the department heads and the electeds actually have an opportunity to address the board on items that they'd like to accomplish in 2023. And then, like Commissioner Schutte mentioned, kind of setting that table up for how do we set a schedule so that we can give the board updates on those items and our progress that we're making, or other challenges that we always face, right? Things we have best laid plans usually change. So what does that process look like, and how can we move forward?
Yeah.
Any other questions on the, oh, sorry, Commissioner.
Oh, that's okay. I said not so much a training. I think the meetings that we've had, this type of meeting in the past, it was more of a get to know each other more and show that we're all working together, or make sure that everybody knows that we're working together as a team and not separately.
Absolutely. I think you've got some amazing employees in some of your support services divisions that they will recognize that we are here to help right away, and utilizing those resources is an important part of making those changes. So, all right, no other questions. I'm gonna move on to a request that we received from the Port of Allen. Commissioner Trask, are you ready for that one?
Yep, go for it.
All righty. So last week we received a request from the Port of Allen to sign on a letter of support for the replacement of their Allen Pier. I actually talked with Larry a little bit about this, and the historical Allen Pier actually is built with creosote pilings, and some of those creosote pilings are starting to fail. And obviously they had some damage associated with the king tides and the high waters. Their newer boat dock actually went up above. It like floated up over the top of the pilings, and so they have some damage to cover there, as well as extend those pilings up a few feet. I think he was thinking 3 or 4 feet. That's separate from this. This is actually the historical pier that they would like to move forward. What they're asking the legislature for is initially money to do planning and design. So this is not a request for the whole replacement. This is a limited request specifically for planning and design work.
They also need to go out and look for grants for the replacement of those creosotes, because there are grants and stuff available to help with that. But you got to have a plan first. But the only thing they're asking for is our letterhead and support on their request. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You know, of course, I'm supportive of that. It's a very important thing, and especially in the Allen community, that dock.
Yeah, I reached out to Larry as well. I wanted a little bit more information because the draft letter that they sent over didn't have dollar amounts in there, and I think had left a few questions hanging. And so when he clarified that this was for that initial design and planning work, you know, I think that makes sense. And it seems like it's an expensive project overall, and they have a lot of work to do, and so they have to go through these steps in order to make it a successful project. And so, given that, I have no reservations about signing on to a letter of support.
Yeah, I don't either. I know that this is because it's in the water. It's going to have to go through ecology, probably DNR. So a lot of state steps that they're going to have to take. But I think it's a great idea. I love the pier, walking out there. I think it's pretty cool. So absolutely, if we can help them, I'll sign the letter too.
We
And
have,
Mark, will you be changing the draft, the letter in any way?
I'll talk with Larry about putting specific dollar figures in,
Okay.
because the draft that I have right now is lacking that.
Right.
So if I'm going to put it on letterhead and have your actual signatures on it, I'd like it to be the final letter. So I can definitely get that finalized in that sense before you sign it.
Okay, good. That's kind of where I was heading the thoughts.
So the EDC sets up a monthly administrator meeting where the administrators of the different organizations get together, and myself and Loretta and Kell and Dave often attend. So I think that this was a excellent example of how beneficial these meetings are, as Larry brought this item up. Kell, right off the top of her head, had a number of items that he should be aware of as he moves forward, and was there to provide him with some support and guidance as to who he should talk to and maybe how he should approach things. They don't really allow, I guess there was a recent law that said that you can't add additional pilings. And so changing old pilings out, you can get credits for getting the creosote logs out. Yeah. And so she was sharing with him some of those tidbits of information that I think are super beneficial, and just who they need to talk to, Fish and Wildlife, Department of Ecology, those folks. Yeah. So yeah, I think that's I think we'll be here to support the Port of Allen in their endeavor here, and I'm glad to hear that the commissioners are willing to sign on to this letter of support.
Yeah, like Commissioner Netherland said, there are quite a few grants that are available to move projects like this forward.
Absolutely. All right. So with that, I'm going to move on to Mr. Taylor. He's going to talk about our Sandhill Park batting cages.
Good morning, commissioners. Sorry, my can you hear me?
Yep.
Yep. Sorry, my camera doesn't seem to be working this morning. I have 3 items. The first I'd like to start with is just a briefing, which is the Mason County Critical Infrastructure Camera Program. Based on the after action reviews that we received from the snowstorm back last year and the one in November, one of the recommendations is getting eyes out within the communities of our critical infrastructure and roads to get an idea of the snowfall or the conditions of those roads. In conjunction with Mason County Public Works, Mason County Information Systems, PUD3, and ourselves, we are in the process of mounting cameras throughout the county that will be accessible to first responders, giving them the ability to get real hand first-time information on road conditions and structure conditions as well. These cameras will be placed on an interactive map. We'll give you the location of where it's at and be able to go over the top of it with an arrow and get real-time data. We're just briefing you on this as we move forward. We'll continue to bring this information to you. Is there any questions?
Just a comment. It's a good thing we're doing this. We tried to get the state involved with getting some of those cameras on the roads out here, because we have an area here that's not covered at all, so you can't get any of those updates. If we have to do it ourselves, that's better than nothing. At least we're going to be providing help to a lot of people, because if it's open to the public, you'll be shocked how many people will be using it.
Thank you. Is there any questions about those?
Yeah, I was just going to say, it'd be really interesting to see those viewer rates when they come online, and how much traffic they're getting. And then, John, you'll provide us a map to show where all the locations are, and then, what's the possibility of expanding beyond kind of this initial phase, I'll call it?
Yes, sir. PUD3 had already put their action in place, but they suspended it during COVID, during the pandemic. They're now actively moving forward at a faster pace. So between the cameras that we have ordered, Public Works have already scheduled to have put in, and PUD3, it should cover a major portion of Mason County.
That's pretty cool.
Great.
Yeah, and I imagine this is going to help the PUDs also to know that they can get out there and make repairs if necessary. So I think it's showing great teamwork.
Absolutely. And it gives us all the ability to do priority work as opposed to what we think is priority work. So we'll have a better idea of what needs to be done when based on the actual conditions.
I think it's cool.
Any other questions?
No, great job.
The next thing I have is Jan Robinson is coming up for renewal on her second term on the Mason County Parks and Trails Board. We asked that she be approved for a second term. And if I'm not mistaken, that will appear on tomorrow's, or not tomorrow's agenda, but the next week's.
I'm supportive.
I am as well.
Yeah, sounds great.
The last thing I have is the Sand Hill pitching machine project. On October 16th, 2022, the commission received a briefing on the installation of 2 pitching machines, 1 fastball and 1 softball, and the necessary structure for housing the 2 machines. At the time, we estimated it to be about $113,235 for the project, going as high as $150,000 before having the vendor's structural requirements on. On October 25th, 2022, the commission approved moving forward with the project. After a careful review of the vendor's structural layout of the 2 bays necessary to put the 2 machines on, our work group consisting of myself, Bub, and Kelly, we have revised ours to $250,000 because of inflation and the actual plans themselves. What we're attempting to do now is to go forward to put in for a call for bid for contractors to begin or to submit bids for a turnkey facility, so that we can move forward with the installation and building of these machines. Of course, paying for the project will be out of REIT 2, which there's $1 million program for park improvements. What we're asking the board to do is approve the development of a call for bid and advertising for the construction contractor for a turnkey facility. Is there any questions?
Are you asking for an up to amount of 250?
No, sir. What we're saying, I just wanted to let you know that we were off on our first bid, and not until we actually get bids, it's almost virtually impossible to project it unless we do the project ourselves. And we have our worry is we don't have the key artisans necessary to complete the entire project within house.
Gotcha.
So I know with many of the projects that are going on, like with the Public Works Board and areas like that, we've got people coming back because of cost overruns or also because of supply chain issues. Do you see any of that maybe happening with this one?
I would be ridiculous to say no. The issue that we have is that concrete needs to be poured so it's at a slope. The challenge will be in things of that nature. So having a contractor who has the expertise to be able to make sure those slopes are appropriate. And as we saw at Sand Hill when we did the tour, if those batting structures aren't constructed appropriately, they will collapse. So we'll have to ensure that the extra standards are in place to protect the facility and the machines itself.
Right. Mark, I see your hand up.
I just wanted to add a little bit to this presentation in terms of kind of giving yourself a visual picture. So the batting cages that we're talking about installing up at Sand Hill are very similar to the batting cages that you see at MCRA. So these are batting cages that actually have a specifically designed concrete floor that after the balls are hit, they would funnel back into a sorting machine, and then they would be provided back to the actual pitching machines. So these are this is very similar to what we have at MCRA. So once we received the design specifications that John was just discussing, we realized that it actually takes a pretty knowledgeable person. Not that we don't have staff that could do this. My concern is that it's a pretty large pour of concrete. And so just wanting to make sure that the resources are available to actually do it and do it right.
Well, it's also a safety aspect because you got kids in there, and if there's balls that do not roll back to where they're supposed to be, you can guarantee some kid will run up there and grab one while the machine is going.
Yeah.
Some adults would too. So.
When I was a kid, they taught me how to get beamed that way. You put me in front of the pitching machine and tell me to turn my back and take one in the back. Yeah.
That explains a lot, Mark.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah, probably because I couldn't hit very well, so they wanted to get me. So they probably just stand in front of the ball, Mark.
You had a great on bat or on base.
On base percentage, yeah.
That's all I have, commissioners.
All right, sounds great. Any more questions for John?
John, I have a question, but are you going to be on till the end of this section, or should I ask him now?
I had another meeting, sir, but I can be on if you want me to.
No, I just want to, I'm going to take, if the commissioners don't mind, I'm going to ask for a few things right now real quick. So on that ball field, Sand Hill, I know we're looking for somebody and we still have nobody up there yet. I think somebody contacted me and I'm going to have them go through the process, or told them to go through the process, and hopefully we'll get somebody applying soon. But I want to put it back out there again. I mentioned it to Mark and we've just never gone back and forth because we thought maybe I was asking for something else. I think we need to have some access up there to the north end while we don't have anybody. So could you consider talking with Mark and providing a key that I would never give to anybody, but just be there to open the gate for emergency or whatever access that we need temporarily, and also be the one to close it afterwards?
Yes, sir. I'll take the subject up with Mark. I'll make an appointment, Mark, with you, and we can discuss that.
Thank you.
Since this is a public meeting, maybe add one more thing to the agenda. I've got a couple of questions, John, regarding the king tides that we had and some of the damage that was there. So I've told individuals to please log on to our website and submit their damage reports to emergency management so that we can gather all that information. Can you kind of, number one, kind of give us an update on some of the damage reports, if you've received any so far, and what is that process for those individuals to move forward, and then what would the next steps for the county to be?
We have provided everyone that's called or emailed in locations to where they can pull the forms down along with the instructions. We've only gotten 4 so far. They can be kind of complicated. What we have done is ask them if they need challenges once they review the instructions and the form to call us directly. And we've established a general line where they can leave a message and we can get back to them. Initially, we were rather overwhelmed by the initial contact because everybody was calling the different numbers. It was hard to get them all together. So we actually have a recorded line which tells them where they're supposed to go. And if they have any issues, they can call a second number, which they'll actually get one of us. So what we're trying to do is a layered process.
What's the extension for that recording? What's the extension for the recording, and what's the extension for you if the recording?
I will give you, I'm sorry, I don't have that. It's an actual line.
Okay. Send it over to me by text message when you can. I have 2 of them just this morning.
Yes, sir.
Might be good to share that number with all 3 of us.
Absolutely.
If we do have, there are others out there, that would be great.
Yes, and where it's on right now, the recording we have on standby just due to the fact of having people call so that we can actually send them, because like I said, we've only had 4 responses, so we're trying to get it out there because we know at least 30 structures that were flooded along within that area. So we're trying to get the message out as well through fire districts.
So the number is 360-427-7535. And that's so if the public needs to get one of these damage reports, they can just go on to the Mason County website. They can look up emergency management under departments. And on the left-hand toolbar, there is a damage assessment reporting. and there's reports for your, if you had damage to your primary home or rental, and then there's damage assessments for businesses.
Great. We might want to share that on our Facebook page and, the other pages also.
Yeah.
John, can you kind of talk a little bit about the process that emergency management goes through as they collect all of these reports? What happens after you collect those reports?
So here's the process. There's a specific difference, and we'll go through this on the elected officials briefing, is that counties do not do individual assistance. That's a state controlled process, and it's predominantly, matter of fact, Mason County in the last 10 years has only been awarded individual assistance twice. So it's pretty hard to get, and it's completely controlled by FEMA, depending on the actual amount of the damage. However, we are collecting it for the state. We traditionally, what we're having people do now is the damage assessment. We're attaching it to a spreadsheet, which we're placing all the numbers in, and then verifying it with the owners as well. And then we'll submit that to the state. They have not given us a timeline on that, but individual assistance is controlled by state through FEMA. We predominantly maintain control on public assistance, which are government and community facilities.
With that, Mark and Madam Chair, I want to clarify something because I had some phone calls after the newspaper article. A little clarification. There was never any confusion that the issue that was happening was serious. The comments that were made were that because we had so many people on the meeting, to let them know that having an emergency meeting was nothing to panic about. That in fact, we have one every couple of years when these events do occur. It does not mean the world has fallen apart because we were having an emergency meeting. But somehow there are a few that took it to think that it meant that there's no damage. That's not what was said, and that's not what anybody thought. We were just telling the people that, because that was the most I'd ever seen on an emergency meeting. In actuality, by a long shot, that was a lot. I was worried that they were worried that the world was coming to an end because it was just that many that attended. But so just a clarification on that, it was not that the fact that things didn't happen, things were happening. That's why we had an emergency meeting. But the fact that we had one did not mean it was coming to an end. We were just preparing ourselves to be able, as we said in the meeting, to work with other entities and allow Mark to sign on to contract with the things that are not on our regular rosters and stuff.
Right. There are procedures we have to follow before we can do things. So
yes.
And John, that meeting that you set up for training for executives and elected officials, do you have, I was looking for that on my calendar, just a quick reminder for everybody.
I believe it's Thursday.
It is.
Thursday.
If I'm not mistaken, it starts at 9, but it's only for about 3 hours.
Yep. And then it looks like it's actually starts at 8 o'clock, but
sorry.
But
yes.
super important meeting to go to for all of us. This will really kind of define those processes and define the specific things that we have to have in place. And then John will give us I like his term that he uses, a plain English description of the emergency process as well as the disaster process. So they are two very different things. All righty, thank you, John. Any other questions, Commissioner?
No, and Mark, can you let Peter know that we've if Peter wants to come on? I see you on there.
I'm here. I'm here.
We went through your agenda item and said no. That's not true. We said
that would be very strange, but okay.
No, everything's good. So
okay.
Just wanted to let you know, and that way you didn't have to stick around if you didn't want to.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, it'll move forward to the regular meeting.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Peter.
I think you scared him.
Shoot.
All right, our next topic is Mary.
Good morning. So I am just here to give an overview of our classification and compensation study for non-represented employees. And this is very high level. I just want to go over a couple things around methodology and objectives. So This study, as you know, was approved by the board in May of 2022, utilizing Cabot Dow Associates. And the project really started in earnest in September. Preliminary data started to become available in November and December. This is a pretty comprehensive study, so it takes time. And the data is being constantly refreshed during the project. We have to, go back out to market pretty frequently. And so this presentation, no action requested. This is just a really high-level overview of the objectives, kind of the process that we go through, and the methodology around the study itself. So there's definitely some HR best practices around compensation, and which drive several objectives. And then we combine these objectives with the guiding principles that the board has given us as this body of work is addressed. Internal equity is a focus area as we begin to recognize and address the nuances of the organization. Mason County is very unique in a lot of different ways. We also want to make sure that this information is easily understood by others. I am always open and available for questions if people want to chat about it or they're not really quite sure how it works, but I'm hoping that this presentation will put some of those questions to bed. So as an organization, we're working to be externally comparable. And this really means looking to the appropriate counterparts in the state and attempting to be comparable with them. Flexibility is a must. Our organization's changing every day. We have to be able to pivot and be agile to help us successfully administer a quality compensation plan. And then obviously you as the board are always looking to be financially sound and provide that sustainable framework for the county. And then we have to have a compensation plan that's administered in alignment with best practices so that it is effective and efficient. So this is a little bit of our project overview. I want to emphasize that this is a cycle. It's not a one and done process. It originally kicked off with the definition of our goals and objectives. Then we moved into position descriptions being analyzed and evaluated. Using the consultant, they then and are still conducting market assessments of or we call them benchmarked positions. Possible outcomes and recommendations will drive how we decide to implement and administer the program. This is an extremely fluid and iterative process. You can see on the diagram that the arrows go back and forth between each step. So while there may be initial changes, the market is constantly evolving and the data has got to be refreshed. Jobs may need to be reevaluated or analyzed to ensure they're truly comparable. And so like I said, we're just constantly going back and forth between all of these steps. So I mentioned that some of the functions of the project would, I just want to kind of expand on what they mean. So the job analysis that took place, the consultant analyzed 62 position descriptions. They're all non-repped and looked for key characteristics. And so this kind of included if a position had supervisor responsibilities, what kind of education or experience did they need, if there are any technical skills that applied, and this helped determine which job matches or benchmarks, as we call them, in other counties would be appropriate, so we knew which would be apples to apples. The evaluation of the jobs will determine if we need to consolidate positions. Specifically, we've seen some inconsistencies in titling around the county and kind of moving towards a classification-driven system as opposed to a job description system. So having financial analyst mean financial analyst across the county, and then their job description is what would drive what they're doing for individual departments. And again, that's something we'll get to eventually, but it may also lead to updating or developing of job descriptions or classes if we're needed or recommended to the board. So a lot of times, we hear things about our neighboring counties. So I wanted to quickly review that these are Mason County's statutory comparable counties. So comparable, not competitive counties. And comparable counties are determined by state law and bargaining precedent. These mandate that bargaining comps be, quote, like employers. So in practice, this means that we're using a combination of metrics such as population, assessed valuation, and location that drive who we're going to compare to. And like I said, oftentimes people wonder why we can't compare with another agency that's attracting employees away from us. For example, Kitsap, Thurston, or Pierce counties. And it's unfortunate and a challenge inherent to any smaller or rural county. And the problem is it's just not realistic to compare an agency like ours with the particular size and revenue stream we have to an organization that's big and has a lot of money, right? They have more revenue. However, we do watch these counties and we're keeping an eye on what they're doing. And we are referring to them as our competitors, not our comparables. These counties are also the exact same counties we use for represented employees during bargaining when we're looking at class and comp for those groups as well. There's no difference. So the job market, like any other market, right, is constantly changing. We have to do our best with it and kind of embrace the fluidity of the data. So earlier I mentioned those benchmarks positions. These are job matches in other counties. And the way that we benchmark a position is 70% of the essential functions will match. And there have to be at least 4 other comparable counties that match that position. And then again, we also use this methodology for our rep groups as well. So currently 85% of the non-rep positions have been benchmarked, which is actually a pretty good number when we're talking about a class and comp study. And it is enough to statistically represent all job families and reflect the composition of the work that we do as a county and the workforce that is getting that work done. So this is kind of a high-level overview of Mason County's position in the market as of December. And again, this is changing all the time. So there's 3 different numbers that we track: the low point, midpoint, and high point of a salary range. So currently 36% of Mason County non-repped positions are at 5% or more below the market. And then 28% of those positions are 5% or more. And 36% are at market, all on the low point of the salary range. So can you see my laser pointer? Okay, so this number here, so on the low point of the range, so the minimum that we offer on any range number from, the 40s down, this is the number or the percentage of employee positions that are at 5% or more below the market. This is where we would be at 5% or more over the market at the low point, and then at market is 36%. So we look at that for the low point, the midpoint, and the high point, and you can see the percentages kind of change a little bit. So we could be say for at market, we're paying great on the low and kind of across the board at mid and high. 5% or more below the market, we're kind of a little more under at the high as opposed to the low. So bringing people in a little bit better at the low and then kind of dropping off a little bit at the high. So these are just trends and numbers that we look at. And this is just, like I said, kind of an overview of our market position at this time. So kind of just talking through next steps. So I just want to emphasize that this is an iterative process. And again, this is just an initial briefing. It's going to be constantly changing. I will personally ask for the board's and employees' patience and understanding as we work through this project. Again, I'm always available for questions. We're working with the consultant to prepare an initial proposal. My target is to brief on January 30th for kind of an initial proposal and recommendation for a couple things that, low-hanging fruit that we can go after. It's just an attempt to begin implementation of the project, and it could reflect salary structure changes, triaging positions that are under market, and potentially job title recommendations. Refreshing the data and pulling updated comps are going to be an ongoing process and part, of that project cycle. And again, I just appreciate everyone's patience and cooperation. I want to make sure that we take our time and do it to the best of our ability as we continue through this project. So that was kind of just an overview. Do the commissioners have any questions?
No, I'm very excited to see this moving forward. I think it's been a while.
Mary, we've all had the opportunity to meet with you and Mark on this, and I just want to say you're doing a wonderful job. You are definitely grasping at all this and educating us well. Thank you for all your work for both of you.
Yeah, I'll echo that. I think this is this is a really helpful presentation, and I think the key for folks to remember is this is it. Like you said, this is iterative. We're going to continue to try to put together a compensation strategy here that's flexible. We want people to be able to grow in their careers here in Mason County, and we do this more often with our represented folks than we do with our non-represented folks. And so hopefully this puts us on a better path forward in terms of how we manage compensation countywide. So I'm really excited about it and look forward to the briefing at the end of the month.
Okay, that was all I had. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mary.
Mary, did you have something about an MOU with the Engineers Guild, or that got taken off? Okay. Thank you. So we're moving on to Jen. You still with us? Oh, there she is.
Good morning, commissioners. So the first thing that I have for you is the 2023 budget amendment calendar. And in 2022, we did just 2 budget amendments, and it worked out really well. And I would like to plan for that again in 23. So we have 2 dates that I picked, June 20th and December 19th. And right now we have meetings scheduled on those days, board meetings scheduled on those days. And then you can see the timeline leading up to those 2 scheduled public hearings. So if you're okay with these dates, then we will plan for this. I'll send it out to all the departments and offices, and we'll get rolling for 23.
That looks good to me.
Great. And I'll be bringing, I know Mark talked a little bit about the budget process, so I'll be bringing that forward when we look at all of our rates. So that will be sometime later on this year, hopefully by May or June is kind of that timeline that we'll be looking at that. So if there's no other questions or comments, we'll move on to my next item. And that's the treatment sales tax transfers from 2022. So we had a lot of money left over that did not get billed to treatment sales tax. And so I want to propose a couple of things, and there is some justification for why it did not get billed out on from some of these departments. So in talking to Renee Coleup this morning, she had said that they were short a caseworker and their participation numbers were down, and that kind of has a trickle effect to other departments. And so we have juvenile probation, the prosecutor, and therapeutic courts. They did all 4 quarters of their billings, but still in total we had $268,842 remaining that was not billed out. And then we had in the clerk's office, they only billed 1 quarter of their available funds. We had public defense did not bill any, and so they have $84,500. The clerk has $20,104 remaining. And the sheriff had billed out all of their available funding. They had $130,836, and they had $24,032 that they could have billed but had no remaining budget. And so my proposal would be to add to the 2023 budget the public defense billing that they did not do. Peter actually turned it in on the last day of the year, and so there was not time to process that. So his total billing was $115,392, and there is capacity within that fund to add that to the budget. So I would like to propose that we add that to the 23 budget And then also the sheriff jail had $24,032 in available billing that they were not able to bill. So those two, and then the clerk's office, the $20,104. I would like to propose that we add those amounts into the 2023 budget as transfers for 2022. So I want to hear.
So on the 2024 or on the 24,000 sheriff's budget, can they just move that forward, or wasn't that already paid out of general fund?
It was paid out of general fund, but they could bill the treatment sales tax for that amount.
So we're just looking at doing an increase so they could spend it this year in 23 of another $25,000. And
so the money's already spent. What I'm proposing is doing a transfer out of treatment sales tax and into the general fund. They would not need budget authority in the sheriff's office to spend that money because it's already been spent in 2022.
Yeah.
So this would really just go into the general fund.
So we would be increasing the jail budget, public defense, and the clerks, or just the public defense and jail or sheriff?
So so my proposal is kind of twofold. So for 2022, I would like to propose that we do the transfers, a transfer out 597 is the BAR's base sub, and do transfers out of treatment sales tax and transfers into the clerk for $20,104. So it would show up in revenue.
That's where I've been getting confused. So what you're doing is just like what Commissioner Trash has said. We're looking to increase their budget by this amount, these three amounts. The revenue would come because we had unexpended budget in that, but it's still an increase in their budgets of those amounts of 115, 24, and 20 respectively.
Yeah, so it would be an increase to revenue only for 22, not to their, it would not increase their expenditure authority.
So I guess where I'm struggling here is I'm not understanding what problem we're trying to solve.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it either just stays in the fund balance for TST or it goes into the general fund. And I frankly would much rather have that stay in treatment sales tax. I have, without seeing what the $24,000 that could have been billed from the jail are, without understand, and then I look at therapeutic courts and I think I want to have a conversation with therapeutic courts because that's a significant difference there. And I'm wondering, I know you mentioned the caseworker position went unfilled, but I'm also thinking about the, for lack of a better term, the competitor therapeutic court that the city started with district court. And are we losing clients to that program, or is there anything that we need to be thinking about programmatically? So this actually, I mean, this is really good, but it raises a couple of questions for me that I'd like to dive into, and I'd like to have some input from public health on, some of the issues surrounding, that fund balance and just bottom line, I just don't know what problem we're trying to solve, I guess.
Yeah, so taking out therapeutic courts, juvenile, and prosecutor, because they did all of their billings, and the fact that they are $200 and close to $70,000 under what the budget was is a completely separate issue. What I'm trying to solve is the amounts that were incurred in 22 that did not get billed out, and that was just an oversight on the part of reminding them to do their billings, I guess. And then, with public defense, they did not bill anything, but they incurred $115,000 in expenditures. Their budget is $84,500. So without adding anything additional, I would like to add in the amounts that did not get billed that should have been billed into 22, because we're every year, we're increasing our treatment sales tax cash balance is growing. And this just adds to that.
Yeah, and I guess my point there is there are things that I know public health is going to need to think about in the next 6 months that would be eligible uses for treatment sales tax. So like, for instance, our RCORE program, which is a federally funded grant program, is ending at the end of the federal fiscal year, and it's unclear if that's going to be refunded at the federal level. And so those are also jail programs that, you know, we might need to pick up a portion of that we weren't previously. And so before we get into trying to like solve for 2022's problems, I'd like to have maybe a bigger conversation with public health about that fund balance. There's other programming that we could do that might benefit law enforcement as well. And so I kind of look, I mean, I get that they could have billed for it. Maybe there's something that we need to do this year in order to make sure that they're submitting their billing rather than going back and fixing it for 22.
And I agree with that, because I have no problem with banking our money in our capacity, you know that. The one question I have, I'm still trying to figure out the public defender defense, the 115K, that was in their budget to be expended last year. And it had to have come out of general fund to pay for it, right? Or did we not pay for it yet? And if we have not paid for it yet, then how do we do a revenue in without an expenditure out?
So those expenditures were paid out of 22, out of each department's budget. The transfer is just transferring that from treatment sales tax to those departments. And so it does not increase their expenditure authority. So the 84,500 was an oversight that it did not get billed. So if nothing else, I would like to ask that we put that amount into the 2023 budget as a transfer. Since Peter did the billing on the last day of the year, that's not sufficient time to get that processed.
But he had it within his capacity of his budget to pay for that?
Yes, because we have to have that authority in the expenditures.
So we don't have a rollover of ending fund balance in his department, right?
Right. So really this money would just come into the general fund. I mean, it would go into the transfer in to public defense, BAR's line. Mm-hmm. There would be no expense out of his department in addition to what was put in for 22.
I see what you're saying. So, you know, that is a large amount to come out of the general fund that was supposed to come out of that amount. It was spent with the purpose of coming out of that amount. I don't mind the movement. This is just me speaking personally. I don't mind the movement on that one. But the others and the increases and stuff like that, I'd rather bank the funds. And if it hasn't been spent out, I'd rather bank those funds as well. Okay. But I could see the general, and this is just my opinion, I could see the general fund being reimbursed the 115,000 that we put out that should have come from this fund, but because it was billed out so late, it had to come out of general funds, our general monies instead.
And another thing, so looking at the treatment sales tax budget for 2023, we are budgeting revenue of $1,176,000. According to the updated resolution 2021-042, we can expend those funds. 10% goes to administration, 65% goes to or can be allocated to the departments within the county, and then 25% is available for other programs. And for 2023, there is remaining $104,830 in capacity within the general fund for the clerk, juvenile, prosecutor, public defense, therapeutic court, and the sheriff's office. So that's all shared within there. So
when you're saying it's within that capacity, is there an ending fund balance that is rolling over each year?
There is, yes. So in addition to this budget, there's also whatever we've budgeted that doesn't get transferred out to those funds is just accumulating in that fund.
Yeah. Do we know, can you tell us, you don't have to right now, but can you look up and tell us what the ending fund balance is for that line? So we know where we're at, what rolled over?
The total for Fund 164 for mental health is $2,037,257.80.
So 2 million. And does that include the 268,000?
Yes. And not all of that is going to be treatment sales tax. The majority is, because the mental health fund is compiled of not just treatment sales tax, but that is the majority of it.
So the one way of looking at this, if we do nothing, we're agreeing just to shift $115,000 out of the general fund and keep it in the substance abuse fund.
Yeah, exactly. That is one way to look at it. Yeah. And so Casey Bingham and I had talked about maybe proposing that we have departments bill in 2023 first, second, and third quarter, and then do fourth quarter in the beginning of 24. And that way it's not such a push at the end of the year. You know, we get departments, you know, we have to do payroll, and we don't know what that is until for December through December 15th. We don't know what that is till the first part of December. Plus it's, you know, holiday time. A lot of people are taking vacation, and then the treasurers, they're, you know, transferring the money on the last day of the year. And it's just a huge hardship on everybody that has to do from the billing to the approval process to, you know, actually transferring the money. So we would like to propose that, yeah, the first, second, and third quarters are billed this year, fourth quarter done in the beginning of next year.
So commissioners, of the monies, I would support the transfer over of 115,000, because that's just putting the money back where it's supposed to be, but banking the rest of it. And if we do need to use that 115,000 later for some project that comes out, it's the same thing as taking it out of the general fund, or we just stay within our means.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm also okay with the changing the billing cycle. I think that makes sense with the end of the year stuff. So yeah, that's good.
Okay, and then the clerk's office also, that 20,104. I mean, that's kind of the same as public defense. I don't know why it wasn't billed out. You know, they billed one quarter, not the other three. Did you want to add that amount from 22? It doesn't hurt.
I don't want to chase after the change compared to that big dollar amount. I think we can just leave it there and keep it simple.
I'm good with that.
Also could there were some other funds. Oh, I think that was Blake funds that were not transferred over or not receipted for by the end of the year, correct?
I think that's a different topic.
That's a different, different.
I think it's actually,
but it's a good topic. I'd be curious to hear what that looks like if we have other ones that are like that. I'd love to have that in a briefing in the near future of what other ones had not been billed out, that we may have a ending fund balance that's rolling over in those, so we can be aware of them for our future budgeting, or when somebody comes to us that they want to do something under that line with that money, that we know that wasn't spent the year before, so we're that much ahead. So I think it's what she brought up was, what the chair brought up was very important. I'd love to see a breakdown of those in the future.
And just to make sure that we're on top of it and know what we're looking at.
And this is for paying out restitution or whatever from vacated offense. Right. Okay.
Right. And I think most of those funds come from AOC. They're just a reimbursement. Isn't that correct?
That is 100% correct. So it's not in a different fund within the county. It's actually a reimbursement that you would send to the state and get money back to the county. Whereas this is treatment sales tax. It is a fund that exists within the county.
But it'll still count as a revenue.
Correct. In the general fund. But the money would be coming from the state as opposed to one of our internal funds.
Okay, so that I can get a hold of the clerk for that then, for that briefing.
We also, I believe that the prosecuting attorney's office also submitted some, Jen.
For Blake funds?
Yes.
Okay. And district court?
I'm not sure about that one.
Okay. Okay, so then for now, the 115,000 that Peter had billed is what you want to add to the 22 budget. Is that correct, commissioners?
I think that was the largest amount, right?
Yeah, and it was to add to our budget, not the 22 budget, are we?
I mean, I'm sorry, what Peter
Yeah, the
had billed out
23.
in 2022.
It happened in 22, but we're adding it to the 23 budget to rectify that money change.
Yes.
So that we actually get the money we expended out of the line that we're supposed to get it out of.
Okay, so I'll add that into the first budget amendment in June, and then we can make that transfer happen. And then in the meantime, maybe have a meeting to talk about either shifting some of this money around or possibly increasing the sheriff's and maybe increasing public defense's budget, since they had they had 30,000 last year in additional expenditures that were adding in now. Their budget was 84,500. Their total was 115,390.
Or option 3, hold on and see what comes of what Commissioner Schutte was talking about, the possible need for that money for a separate expenditure in the sheriff's department later through the jail. I don't know what that looks like, so I haven't been briefed on it yet, but if that is coming, because he's part of that group that's doing that, if it is coming, I'd rather be prepared for it and know about it, because before we start spending the money somewhere else, we may need it.
The other thing, Jen, if you could also forward me I guess maybe the itemized requests that they had that went beyond the budgeted amounts. So like what types of things, and have a clearer picture of it, that'd be really helpful. And in particular on the jail and public defense, I think everything else is kind of pretty straightforward.
I'd be interested to see that also as well.
Okay, I'll send it to all of you commissioners. Okay, so that was all. Oh, the last thing that I have on this is these transfers are signed by the commissioners, or one of the commissioners, and Mark and I were talking about why that's done. I don't think it's anything procedurally that that has been approved, and so I wanted to just see if we can maybe have the normal accounts payable process. Whoever is approved to sign for those should be the ones that signing for those. Are you in agreement with that, or do you?
I'm not sure I understand what you're saying.
So so these transfers are signed by one commissioner.
The chair?
It's just a county commissioner signs off on them, and I'm not sure when exactly that process started, but it seems kind of odd to me.
Well, doesn't it make it come through a process that comes before the board? The board votes to have the chair sign that document. Even if we took that out, we should still have that same process, just saying that maybe Mark Neary signs it, but I don't see any issue with the chair signing it, because it doesn't matter who it goes through. We have a lot of things the chair signs, but it still has to go through that process. If we start to remove that process, that's where things will go wrong.
Well, it's just above and beyond, I feel like, with you're approving these through the budget process. I don't see any reason for you to get into the level of detail of signing the actual transfers.
Commissioners, can I give some history? Traditionally, yes, it's approved through the budget process. So when the budget's set, you put those transfers in. There have been times in the past when cash has been really short. So sometimes the commissioners have chose to not transfer when the department's requested. So that's when you did ask for that step, although it's not in writing anywhere. And I know Paige Hansen kind of monitored that to make sure. Now it is, though, in the administrator's authority in that resolution, because it would be in the existing budget. So he has authority to sign things that are already budgeted on certain things. So certainly Mark can sign them, but it is a step where if a department asks for that transfer, it comes here and there's a final sign off and then it gets processed. And at that point too is when in the past we've looked at where is the cash, both on current expense side and then whatever fund is asking for that transfer. And sometimes the board has chose not to transfer it right then.
So I think we could safely say if the cash balance in the transferring fund was at risk, then that would be something that Jen and I would probably bring back to the board to let you know that you had budgeted for this, but the current status of the cash balance in the fund that would be transferring out is at a lower level than we're comfortable with. And so then you could make the choice to not make that transfer. But Diane nailed it, that it is included, and Jen, it's included in the budget. We budget for the transfers from treatment sales tax to general fund to cover these expenditures. The problem is that these ones didn't get billed out in time, therefore the transfer didn't occur. If they would have, the money would have been moved.
So if they were following the budget calendar,
Correct.
it wouldn't be an issue.
Correct.
Yeah, I'm good with you signing it.
Okay. And I, like Diane said, I think that's already covered in our resolution that we did, identifying the authorities that I have for things that are already budgeted. So Jen, maybe we could just make that change and we could refer to that.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring it up since it was kind of the unofficial procedure. So
yeah, really unique. So good.
Yeah. So that's all that I have on this. I did want to point out that we did not go over budget on any funds or departments in 2022. So good job, us.
Yes. I always love this when he says that.
And then our ending cash balance for the general fund was 26,656,000. So we budgeted 26 million, Mark.
You're amazing, Jen. I'm never going to question you again.
Well, actually, Mark, that was after the questioning and the change because it was less.
Yeah, I think we were originally around 24, but my in my head projection was closer to 30. So Jen beat me on that bet.
I think when you and I talked, I was at 26 and a half, 27.
Yeah.
Okay,
So that's great.
That's all that I have. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jen.
Thanks, Jen.
So Commissioner Trask, I do have a couple of quick updates that I'd like to address the board that are not on the agenda. Would you be comfortable with me doing that now?
Sure.
So I'm going to share with you. So I've brought to you a number of topics to discuss as legislative priorities for the county. And I believe that we have all of the answers to those questions and the details. Since session is starting today, I want to be able to give this information to our lobbyist, Deborah. And so I just wanted to show you my final. So can you all see that?
Yep.
So the top priority is definitely getting the legislature to change the timeline of what the governor has proposed in his transportation budget for State Route 3 freight corridor. He pushed it out to 35-37 biennium, which is way too far out there. So we're really interested in making sure that that timeline gets moved back. We'd love to see it open in 2028. So we're encouraging the legislature to ensure that there is funds to design, do the NEPA right-of-way purchases in 2026 with a goal of opening it in 2028. Are all the commissioners comfortable with that?
No, I disagree. We need to still work at least getting the right-of-way purchase. And I sat down with the director, regional director, and in speaking with him, this is what he was telling me. in order to make sure that we keep this, because even dropping things out to that far, they will have to start shutting down the project. And what we need to do is we need to get the funds for right-of-way acquisition. Once that occurs, shutting down the project is not the same as it is right now. Because literally by time, they only work within a certain time frame. And once something gets moved out, even out into the 2028 or whatever, it takes it out of their realm of where they're working, and they have to start to shut down a project. So I'd like to at least focus immediately in this budget of having right-of-way purchase.
That, and I think the other way to kind of phrase that is to restore the original legislative intent when Connecting Washington's was adopted in 2020. And then, yeah, I mean, the pressure has to be on for them to continue work now. They have funding to do it now, under current law. And so restoring the legislative intent of Connecting Washington and getting that funding restored is I think is the position that we need to take.
Right.
I'm not going to argue with that one.
Yeah, Commissioner Sheedy, you stole the words right out of my mouth. That because the intent of the legislature was to move ahead and not to slow things down.
So I could just revise that last sentence to accommodate that. Is that correct?
I think so.
Yeah, even if you go on DOT's website, it shows their plan, and their plan hasn't changed yet. So I think just sticking with the legislative intent.
Yeah, I tried to capture that in ensuring that the legislature provide funds for right away. Also design and NEPA, but would you want to just focus on right away only?
No, for me, I agree with everything the commission said, but the enemy of good is perfect, and it would probably, the chances are very slim we're going to get it all. If so, we need to be able to shift quickly to at least get right away acquisition.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to see it be all inclusive, so not just focusing on just the right away, but all of it.
So last session, there was a couple of roundabouts added. And I believe that there's work that needs to be done on NEPA for those areas. And so that's why that was included in that last sentence. So provide design of those, funds for the NEPA studies, and right away. But we can definitely make that clearer. And I can definitely tell Deb that right away is the most important. So the next item I had on there is next two items. These are specific to requests from the board regarding detailed projects associated with some of our utilities. And so when we were going over our CIP for our utilities, Mr. Dickinson had actually provided that kind of a 10-year plan of here's some of the expenditures that we see coming. It was included during our discussion about rates for our utilities. So that's where I pulled some of these from. So basically North Bay, we need to do the general sewer wastewater facility plan right up front. So we think that that's about $300,000. And then we also need to update some of our computer control systems within the wastewater facility to the tune of about $355,000. Now, those were expenditures that Richard had planned to do in 2024, but I thought we could include both of those in this request.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I think that's good.
So Beards Cove, if you're all remember, we talked about this is a fairly small utility, only 500 customers. We have up to 523 connections. The main infrastructure in delivering water is in asbestos concrete pipe. So we're eventually going to have to replace that pipe. The first step in that process is to install isolation valves that will allow us to do it in phases. And so that's what this request is for.
Good.
Yep, those are some old pipes.
Those are old pipes. So we also received a $350,000 RCO grant last year for the soccer fields, the turf soccer fields up at Sand Hill. We have an additional 5.5 million that we need to complete that project. And so if there are funds out there for these types of projects, we'd like Deb to look for some additional funding that could help us move that project forward. And the last two items are specific items that are on our tip. It's actually the Johns Prairie State Route 3 intersection improvement. So that would realign so that it would be a T intersection instead of a kind of a pretty sharp angle. Are we all familiar with the road that we're talking about, this intersection? Okay, I figured you guys would be.
The question is, I'd like to see how that's written out though, to make it into a T, because you have creek on both sides, so it's going to have to be a elongated roundabout in the first place. So I'm not sure how you're going to get a T there. I'd love to see how they are thinking they're going to pull it off.
I believe that Mike had talked about actually going back into the hillside a little bit more and creating so that it could be a direct approach. Mike, are you on? Can you talk about that?
Yes, we could. What we've done is looked at cutting about 150,000 cubic yards out of the hill and make an S curve into to make a T intersection to be both 25-mile-an-hour curbs. There is another option we were looking at. That's just a smaller modification. It's about a $300,000 project that would just do a little line of sight work and alignment work on the intersection right where it meets State Route 3. So we do have another look at another option for doing that too, if the number is too big.
What about that one young gentleman that came out and showed me and sat down and did a design that he really thought would work, that started us looking at it again when he got shut down though, because his superiors did not like that he was doing that on his own. It had a free right coming up the hill. All you had to take off was a little bit to bring a better angle to move into a right only traffic circle.
I don't think I've seen that design.
Yeah, I'll meet with you when you get a chance, and I'll show you what the young man came up with. I was really blown away because we were always told we couldn't do these things, but then he showed me, and it was like, holy! Sometimes things are so simple.
Yeah, I'd love to look at it.
And the last item is the State Route 3 North Bay intersection and getting some money to do an evaluation of that intersection. So these are the specific items that I'd like to give to Deb so that she could move forward, making the revisions associated with the State Route 3 corridor phasing language. Is the board comfortable with that?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Again, Mark.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Schutte,
Yeah, can you just repeat what you said? I missed it.
Oh, I just wanted to make sure that the board was comfortable with that list so that I could provide this to Deb so that she can actually start talking with individual legislators about Mason County's requests.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I guess the only thing that I would want to be thinking about with the Johns Prairie, is, not being Pollyanna about the whole thing, just kind of recognizing that maybe a better ask would be for some design money, to scale that. I'm certainly not going to stand in the way of this because I think for sure those top three projects are really critical. What's on the second page, I think, is a lot more of a reach, just given that they're bigger asks, and we just went through another transportation package that might have been more ripe for the Johns Prairie request, but might be helpful to start thinking about maybe how we start with looking for some design money on that and get that kind of teed up for the future. But I'll kind of leave that to Deb's judgment as well.
And I can provide Deb with some scalable numbers so that she knows there's flexibility in there. It's not like 2.2 million or nothing. That's all I had. Thank you, Commissioner Shue. Or Trask, my new chair.
Commissioners work, that works too. All right, do we have anything for Mark?
I think we had commissioner discussion and stuff that might include Mark.
Yeah, well, we have that at the end of the agenda, but I wouldn't mind if you want to keep Mark here. But I'm sure he'll be here at the end also.
Yep, I'll be here.
All right, let's go ahead and move into public health since we're a little behind on our schedule.
Okay, good morning, commissioners. So I have just the one item today, and that's a request to start the first time we've had the opportunity to do this. That's an epidemiologist position here in Mason County. So in the past, we've had to use epidemiologists from as far away as Grant County or Chelan Douglas to get epidemiology work. And we finally have the ability through FPHS. There's a $50,000 dedicated, and there's more that's optional to pay for an epidemiologist. And there's certainly a desire in the community from our partners who would actually like to rent an epidemiologist should we get one on board and get one up to speed. They would like to use that epidemiologist to work with them and pay for the service in order to meet their legal requirements for reporting with the IRS. So we put this out, put this forward. We've been going through Mark and through Mary, and you have here in front of you the position description and the budgetary ask on this. So this is going out for you to look at, and then if approved, then I would bring it back at the next opportunity with an action agenda.
Yeah, fully funded by Foundational Public Health.
Yeah, we've got Foundational Public Health. We've got, so there's a portion of that is specifically dedicated to communicable disease. And we have opportunities to spend other FPHS dollars for other, which really are all those things that we look at for communicable disease, chronic disease, community trends, the things that we need to do our community health improvement plan, and that Mason Health needs to do their community health needs assessment as well. So it's really a benefit to the community.
Yeah, I'm supportive.
So on I support it too. I just want clarification on the position description. It has range 26 and range 28.
Right. So that's kind of sets it up the same as engineers would have. This is a professional position. Somebody comes in with a master's degree. So we set it up using comparables for a 26, which is essentially the same as an engineer. And then if you have a senior epidemiologist that would apply, then we could go to a 28. We do have, we are going to open this up internally, and if it is funded, or if we have a person who's selected internally, I probably will not backfill the position that we use, and just work the duties into that. So
okay, sounds good. So the next meeting that we have is on the 17th.
Right.
So you want it on the agenda for then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I need to step out for just a minute.
Yeah, can we take a 5-minute brief break, Commissioner?
Well, if we have to, sure, that works. So we will be back at 11:57.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Dave. All right, it's 11:57. Let's move on to community development. Kell or Michael?
Good morning. It's going to be Michael this morning.
All right.
Good morning, commissioners.
Morning.
So this is regarding Olympic Ridge, and we last briefed on it on November 28th. And at that time, there were still some loose ends that have been taken care of since that last briefing. This morning, I was looking through my staff report, and I noticed that I had failed to update some key paragraphs in there. So they're updated now, and I'll send it to you for the next round. But basically the project is complete with the exception of the memorandum of understanding for some fire code related issues that will be sequenced in according to building permits as building permits progress. Since you're already familiar with the project, I'd mostly like to answer questions that you might have.
If they've reached their required fixes, I'm comfortable with it. The other, if something happens there, we stop it ourselves through the building process, is what you just said, right?
Right. So the building permit issuance process is the break on if, for example, they're supposed to be putting no parking signs in, they're going to sequence those in for the fire code. The PUD is putting in power, but it's not all built out yet. So they can't, we won't issue a building permit if they don't have power. We won't issue building permits to lots that don't have meet the fire code conditions. And ultimately, the big thing on the 51st building permit is when there's an EV access, an emergency vehicle access that exits to the north across the railroad track. Public Works has got additional projects that are going into that same right of way. So that's delayed. But when we get to the building permit 51, that will have to be complete, or else we can't issue that permit.
I think that's great. Just so we know where we are in relation to that 51, how many have been issued?
I'm not tracking that, but I was up there on Friday, and they have built a handful of the houses that people look at. I forgot what those are called. So they're at probably around 5, maybe.
Yeah. Okay. So I was just curious. That was actually up there on Friday too. I missed you, but they are coming in. So I mean, just good to keep track of that, I guess, just for our knowledge, so that we know how close we are and they're timing it right and everything.
Right. That's something Kell and I think people working with her in the building department and the permit center will need to keep track of. When this is recorded, I will not be following stuff anymore myself.
Yeah.
Cool.
So then what we'll do is we'll put this on the action agenda for the 17th, and I won't send you over the new packet of exhibits, but because those are the same, but I'll send you over a revised staff report that has some details updated. And sometime in the next few days, I'm expecting the applicants to bring me the final set of drawings that will the actual paper that will be recorded. And at that point, I'll start collecting signatures from the various department heads that sign that. There's no rule as to what order that has to occur in, whether the commissioners sign first or they sign first, but I'll just get that going as soon as I can.
Great. Not related necessarily to the plat, but if Loretta or Richard, if you're on. Yeah. So just have they for these homes, have they started paying into their sewer fees yet, or at what point do you anticipate those connection charges hitting?
Our connection charges are currently tied to building permit issuance. Okay. So no building permit until a connection fee is paid.
Gotcha. Great.
That's good. It's good to see the progress. Yeah. All right. Anything else for Michael?
So see you in person on the 17th then. Thank you.
All right. Sounds good. Thanks, Michael. All right, Kell, did you have anything else for us?
I do not.
Very cool. All right, let's move on to Public Works.
I do have something.
Oh, did you have anything for? Sorry about that. For Kell.
Hey, Kell. So back in the summer, we had talked at our commission retreat. We had talked about getting some monthly reports on where we are permitting wise. I was just looking back through that document on there, and I was just curious if you have plans to brief us on that this year.
I do, and I just talked to Mark. We were talking about it last week and kind of what it would look like. So this morning I had, we have a bi-weekly meeting, just kind of the leads. We meet Monday mornings, and we talked about this and kind of, we have a lot of different permit types. Several that you probably don't care about are mechanical, plumbing, and et cetera. So we're just going to, I'm going to propose a list of permit types to Mark, and then kind of a format as far as, there's one report that we could do is how many permit submittals we're getting per month. And then another report we could do of how many we're issuing per month with an average turnaround time. So as of this morning, our average turnaround time is 68 days. So that's right about 9 weeks. And our goal is to stay between that 8 and 10 week time frame.
Okay. Great. Look forward to those presentations.
Thanks, Commissioner. All right, anything else for Kell? All right, now let's move on to Public Works.
Good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
First up, Mike's got a Hall Road agreement to share with commissioners.
Morning, Commissioners. DOT is going to do some crack sealing on their on and off ramps down by Camilchi, and they would like to for us to sign an agreement to allow them to use Old Olympic Highway and Camilchi Lane as detours during the process. They described it as being like a couple nights for each project or each lane. So I don't think it's going to be a big impact for traffic.
So that's the 101 and the 108.
That's 101 and 108.
I'm good with that. And I also have a follow-up question after we get through everybody else on that.
I'm good.
I'm good. Go with your follow-up.
So Old Olympic Highway, do you know when that's due to be chip sealed, or it's in pretty rough shape?
It's
quite a bit. You're going to have, if we're detouring people over it who may not normally take that road, we may all start to hear about its condition a little bit more. And so just curious of where that is in process, because it's in rough shape.
So Old Olympic Highway is 1917 style road. Those are concrete slabs, block slabs. We had the same thing down south, and there's only two ways to fix them. One is to pulverize them and rebuild a road completely. The other is we used what they call a glass grid. And so you put a pre-level over top of the existing road, and then you lay down this glass grid. It's a fiberglass mesh grid, and then you pave over that again. And what that does is it keeps the cracks from reflecting through. So that would be the process that I would probably recommend that we look at. And we have been discussing that since I've been here for the last 3 years. We've been talking about that road, what to do with it. It's also a little narrow, so there's some the curbs on the side there. It's got some drainage issues there. So it's a little bigger than just going and chip sealing it. But yeah, it's on our radar.
Yeah. Oh, good.
I was just wondering, because that's an interesting question that Commissioner had, and what are we looking at? Do we have any timeline at all that we're looking to do that in? Do we have a cost analysis of any sorts, or are we not that far yet?
We're not that far yet, but we can come up with one. So it doesn't get a whole lot of traffic compared to some of our other roads that we've been taking care of in the larger road. So, but we can put it on the list. Not a problem.
Yeah, I think it's worth taking a look at. Obviously we have to keep prioritizing, but it is not great. So
done.
All right, anything else? Other topics?
So next up, commissioners, we're requesting approval for on-call appraisal services. And this is something we've done in the past, as you may recall, and it's a new year, new request, and definitely continued need for appraisal services.
And definitely in the budget.
And in the budget, that's correct.
Yeah, I'm supportive.
Yeah, all good with me.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, thank you. We'll move ahead on that. And then commissioners, we just wanted to share with you, I think you all saw an email perhaps about the State Route 302 study advisory group. So DOT's beginning work, scoping and designing improvements to 302 because of the repetitive closures due to slides and slumps and the huge impact that is to our folks and others that are commuting along 302. So just wanted to let you know that we'll participate in those advisory group meetings, have already forwarded some information and been making contacts with the design team for DOT as well. So
since it's in my district, if it comes up where a commissioner can be attending, please let me know on that as well. I just saw something that I've been waiting to see for years. They just drilled the section. Were they putting some light airy material underneath to try and change the weight displacement to bring that up this last time?
no, that's all preliminary geotechnical data that they will use for the design, Commissioner. Yeah. And happy to forward over the study group invite if you want to listen into the first meeting.
Yes, please.
Yep, will do.
I was hoping they were, because being around here for a long time, we've seen different areas like what we have on trails in where the weight, you just keep putting stuff on it to fill it in and the weight keeps pushing it back down. I thought, I was praying, I guess, that they came up with a way to drill in there and put some of that lighter area stuff underneath to push up. For
kind of like this, a giant slab jack.
That's exactly what I was thinking, yes.
Right. Yeah, but you're absolutely, and that's the same issue there, right?
Yeah,
so DOT has been continuing to overlay and patch, and they know that only is good for so long. So super glad to see that this project is funded and underway.
Yeah, that can be quite the exciting road, I guess.
Yeah, yeah.
Especially when you don't know what happened. You're driving it at night and no, there's no sign up yet.
Right. Yeah. Mike, anything else to add on this project or thoughts?
We'll just see what they come up with.
Oh. All right. And then commissioners, I had Mark already covered wonderfully legislative priorities for the department. And so definitely thank you for your thoughts and feedback on that. And thank you, Mark, for capturing everything right on point. Perfect. And then SR3 Ridgepoint Boulevard, commissioners, I had a conversation with Commissioner Netherland recently about, again, that intersection and potential concerns about the safety of that intersection, congestion issues as we start issuing building permits for Olympic View and Olympic Ridge development. And I just wanted to bring that back to commissioners. I know actually all three commissioners have expressed concern about the intersection and want to make sure that we're monitoring and taking a safe approach. So at this point, we've met with DOT, gosh, I want to say 3 months or so ago, about the intersection and what are some potential solutions. And at that time, the traffic engineer for DOT had recommended gathering some additional speed data and volume information, and then coming back to take a look and revisit the operation of the intersection. We had also talked about the potential for a right in, right out only at Ridgepoint. So if you're at Ridgepoint, leaving the new development or McDonald's or the businesses in that area. A right out would mean that you are turning right and going up the hill, hitting the Mason Transit roundabout, and then coming back around if you really wanted to head south or towards Shelton on State Route 3. And you might recall that that was, I think, about a 3-minute detour, if you will, to turn right and head up around the roundabout and then turn around and head back south. And the traffic study said that a delay during our peak time, if you were wanting to wait and turn left out of Ridgepoint onto SR3, was approximately the same time or the same waiting period. So bottom line at this point, our recommendation is to monitor, get this additional information back from DOT about speeds and traffic volumes, and then bring that forward back to commissioners to provide a report after we've got some additional development going on up in that neck of the woods. And Mike, anything else to add that I may have missed or key points?
No, you pretty much covered it. The DOT really recommended that they gather more data before they make a decision.
I personally have no issue with gathering more data, but we can't just keep saying we're going to gather data. Eventually, we've got to make a decision point before they build those homes and stuff, and before the rest of these get open. Somebody that I'm living with there is not going to survive that. It's just too crazy. It has been before that was ever built there. I can't tell you how many kids went over that edge trying to make that corner, just coming out too fast, trying to get out of McDonald's already to make it up. Now, I want to remind you, there's 2 intersections there, not one. The one intersection would be a right in, right out only. Doesn't mean the other one that they're not going fast yet as fast up the hill as they are at the second intersection. So the dangers are different to being able to make a left turn out the first intersection down by the quick stop, the store. Still not enough room to do any other type of, that I can see, any way to do a traffic circle or anything like that. And you can't do one there going up that hill with the trucks anyway. It doesn't make sense. So if there was any other option, I'd be open to hear it, but so far there's only the one option, and we can keep ignoring it and saying that we'll look at the data, we'll look at this, but we're going to have to face it eventually. Rather do it before the buildings are built. So that's just my 2 cents on that, considering I live with that every day.
Yeah, I would, I went up on Friday with Sheriff Spurling, and we timed that right turn and talked about it. And I'm just speaking for myself here, not the sheriff, but I think I would rather add that time to my commute and make that a right out only, than take the risk of chancing the left out of there. And I think, Commissioner Netherland's point, these things can be studied ad nauseum. We know, just at least anecdotally and from what we've seen from talking to first responders in the area, that it is a problem. And I would have no problem coming down right now on the side of a right out, right in intersection there, and at least proposing that and starting that part of the conversation. You're limited geographically there. The other option, there are very few other options, so I don't know necessarily what another study of it is going to do. It just feels like all roads lead back to this as being probably the best of the interim solutions that we can come up with.
And according just with what Commissioner Schutte said, it may not be optimal what everybody wants to do, but we don't have the other options. They go in Gig Harbor, you go from traffic circle to traffic circle to turn around when you come out from different stores there, and it takes a while. That's just the way things work sometimes. But again, a reminder: there's 2 entrances in there, not one. That one is the one that's the most danger, because they're just getting ready to do that separation of the road. Two lanes, and all of a sudden they're going crazy. And the worst part is you're trying to make a left turn out there, and somebody doesn't wait until you get to the 2 lanes, and they start making the second lane on their own. And that's where those accidents occur. And if that's not happening there. It's not happening there.
I think sometimes the solution, the best solution is right there in front of your face. To get from the 101 to the 8, you have to go almost all the way down to Mud Bay, or you go all the way through McCleary. So using our resources to the best benefit. And to me, I agree with the other two commissioners. I think right on right is the best way to go. It makes sense. It's going to stop a lot of the issues. Change is never easy, but to make it work now, it seems like that's the best solution. Mark, you've got your hand up.
I just had a quick question. So I'm looking at a map and I can see the road coming down off of Olympic Ridge, and I understand the right, only being able to take a right there. So individuals trying to access that road, if they were traveling south on 3, where would they turn around to come back to take a right into that?
To take a left into it, you mean?
Well, okay, and maybe that's the answer to my question. Will you be allowed to take a left if you're traveling?
That's something we'd have to study and see how to do. But there's also the second entrance where sometimes the entrance is not directly in front of the business, it's just passing. They got to come back around. If you look a little further down on that picture, you'll see the second entrance, which is owned by the same property owner. Both of those are on, actually, both of those roads are on a specific parcel. The parcel that it is on is the one that actually built the apartments and stuff. That's one parcel. They own the road. They put the roads with that parcel. So if you want to go to McDonald's, maybe you turn in there and come back around to go through the drive-through there instead of right where it keeps blowing up every year anyway, because that's where that pothole is also. You know, because our public works is not supposed to fix it, but over the years they fixed it just for the safety of everybody involved. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. I shouldn't have disclosed that, but
you know, I've hit that pothole a few times.
Yeah. But we have such great staff. They find a way to justify it with our road, and with, you know, they've found ways to make things work over the years that saved a lot of people. But that's what the design of it is. We send our staff, in talking to the gentleman from the state DOT, if we were to, they're not against it. They're open-minded to doing it. It was more, they want to hear the county say that this is what they want, because they don't want to live with that beating that they're going to have to take, because there's going to be people that are going to be mad. You put in the traffic circle and the whole town came apart. But you do this, there'll be some that'll be mad, but there's others that definitely understand, because I hear about it all the time. So the state's actually just asking us, I guess, to take a leadership role and saying this is what we want.
What your preference is.
Yeah.
That's correct, Commissioner.
And I am happily surprised at what I'm hearing with the commissioners, because they see it exactly the same way I do. It sure makes a lot more sense to be having that discussion now than in another year.
So what would that process look like, Loretta?
Basically, we just contact DOT and let them know that this is what commissioners' desire is, and we'll work with them to make sure that signage happens and whatever other details need to be ironed out.
Okay.
Can we send her with that message?
Oh yeah, I'm fine with that.
I'm hearing that message loud and clear.
Good.
All right, commissioners, thank you. I appreciate that and your thoughts and recommendations, and we'll follow up with our partners at DOT. And let's see, I had a follow-up regarding the Union transfer station property, but commissioners, it's if you don't mind, I'll have some exhibits and let's just punt that one until our next briefing. And you may recall, this is the issue where a gentleman was requesting an easement across the county-owned property where the Union transfer station is located.
in that ravine.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say, were we actually entertaining that, or?
Well, Commissioner Netherland, you had some questions about what your concern was that property, the remaining property, could be surplused and potentially sold. And you were wanting to know what the zoning was, what we could potentially, what somebody could potentially do with that parcel.
Or
So
what we could lose with that parcel.
right, yeah, exactly. So the gist was to be able to share with you at least that basic information.
Yeah, no, I
Uh,
appreciate that. I had
and
actually just
follow
had
up.
it confused with a different parcel that Mark was talking to me about here 2 weeks ago. So my apologies.
No worries. Yeah, so I'll have some maps and exhibits and the zoning information. And when we can spend a little bit more time and we're not an hour past past briefing, if that's agreeable with you.
Works for me.
And that's it on our end, commissioners. Any good things for us?
Anything for Loretta? Or Mike?
Not for me.
All right. Not seeing anything.
All right. Thank you and happy 2023, kicking off a new year.
Happy New Year.
All right, well, that brings us to commissioner discussion. Anybody have anything?
I have stuff, but it's not on the agenda. So I'll let Kevin go first with his agenda items.
Sure, thanks, Commissioner. So a couple of items. So I noticed that the Department of Natural Resources Committee on Geographic Name Proposals is meeting next week, I believe on the 19th. And there are a couple of proposals for name changes in Mason County that Mackenzie was kind enough to attach to our packet today. And I was going to ask the commission to see if they would be interested in providing support for both of those name change proposals. I know that Congressman Kilmer is already leaned in on those as well, and so given that they are in our county, I would be asking for a letter of support from the commission as well.
I would agree with and like to sign on to the letter of support. My phone's never up. Must be going to the bathroom. I don't know. Apologies.
No worries. I think it's both. I think they're both great. So
Okay.
I would support signing on.
Great. I'll draft a letter up and have it for us for the 17th. Yeah. And then the second item, and Commissioner, and you might be familiar with this from your work on from some of your conversations with folks in the disability or developmental disabilities community, but I wanted us to take a look at our millage levy with Thurston County, and just having some conversations myself. It seems like it might be time for us to revisit our interlocal with Thurston County to either get more or better reporting on the services that folks in the DD community are receiving in Mason County, or perhaps look at going in a different direction through an RFP. If there's an appetite for that at the commission level, or if we're not satisfied with the relationship that we have with Thurston County, it looks like they retain about 50% of that levy in Thurston, and it's just not real clear about the money that's hitting the ground here for folks that need it in Mason County. And so I had Mackenzie attach the interlocal that we have with Thurston, and if you haven't had a chance to review it or don't have thoughts today, that's fine. But it's just something that I wanted to kind of raise to the commission to talk about, maybe looking at some other options to better serve that community.
Madam Chair, may I?
Yes.
Commissioner Schutte, thank you for bringing this up. I'm actually very appreciative that you brought it up. I have the history here on this stuff. I remember I'm prepared to go out now. Don't mean to speak negative of any entity, but I do know that we actually had a proposal. We had a meeting with them years ago. We came in and showed us the money. The problem that came from it is we had a lot of names that were being used of how we're using the money, but that monies weren't being used here. They just happened to be an entity that did work out here. And at the time, it sounded good going in, but as soon as it was over, they were all contacting me saying, what the heck? We're not, yes, we have money, but that's not for this. We just happen to be here. And I've never forgotten that. I would love to see what we can do locally and a better way to perhaps do this. And I think now is better than later. Again, as we said earlier, but I don't want to get in the way of a process if a process is needed to have more discussion on this.
So I'm not sure that, I mean, the only thing that we probably have to think about is, you know, the severability in the ILA that we have. And I think that's 30 days with written notice. You know, and so I guess maybe the best course of action is to ask Mark and maybe Dave to look into what an RFP for these services might look like, and have that conversation with us. And then I think as a courtesy, we would probably want to have Mark and Dave maybe engage with their counterparts at Thurston County. I would hate for this to come as a huge shock or a surprise to them. And you know, of course, if we did put this out to an RFP, they would be free to respond as well. You know, and so I think you know, there's that element of it as well. But that's kind of where my thinking is. So I mean, I would be comfortable moving forward with it as you are, Commissioner Netherland. I think we just need to know what an RFP might look like and how that would work process wise. Commissioner Trask, did you have?
Yeah, no, I really like that idea. Sometimes I wonder, because we have so many, I don't want to say dealings, but you know, I guess dealings with Thurston County, that sometimes I wonder, you know, I feel like the stepchild and the forgotten stepchild often, that we're not getting what we've invested into the same organization. So I think it's a great idea. I would love to see it move forward and have them do a little bit of research.
You know, a quick story, because I like the idea, we still have to do the research and we have to go out with the idea that we may still be in the same position. A quick story, many years ago when I first got elected, I worked diligently to get money into the North Mason area because it was a desert out there. And then we had the will of the commission to make that happen. Then we had a director that actually froze money that was way beyond what I was asking for. The problem that we ran into and found out right away is we had the will, we had the money, but we had no pockets to put it in. You still have to have the entities and the people out there willing to take on those tasks that are there. Over the years, as you've noticed, it isn't that we had to have them, we didn't have to have an organization that was there. We had to have an organization that would go there and be there. That was just as good because then they became a part of that North Mason community. Well, we need to do that here and just make sure that we have somebody that's going to come in. I think we will. I'm pretty sure of it, but you just never know. So going through a proper process is always the best route. Thank you for bringing that up again. You just made my day.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've had this conversation, and part of the problem is it's been a while since Thurston has made any effort to report to us as to what they're doing with our. So.
Right, and we have the need, so I'd sure like to see where it's going and if it's functioning.
Great, thank you.
All right, no, thank you for bringing that forward. I agree with Commissioner Netherland. It's something that should be looked into.
Did you have anything else, Commissioner Schutte, or am I up?
Nope, I didn't. That's all I had.
Okay, I've got a couple of things. I'm sorry they're not on the agenda. One, I met with the person from DNR, the regional director for all the state lands that are up by where I'm at. And I'm sure you guys already know the huge impact that those lands have on our county and all the tourism that it brings in, because it's an actual working force to where it's expected to have the ATVs and the horses and the motorcycle, you know, and the campers. And so there's a lot going on to it. There's a certain amount of money that they're supposed to get each year, a certain percentage of the dollars that come in, and they're getting about 25% of what they're supposed to be getting. So what they're doing is they've gone together and they've they're putting together applications for grants. And I normally wouldn't want to do anything on such a short notice, but they're under a short timeline. but I made sure that these are not grants that have to do with acquisition or anything else, because we had that issue a few years ago and we had some people, constituents that were upset. None of these grants are this. I send them over to Mark and he'll be sending them over to you. But after you look at it, if you agree, I'd like to see us put together one that highlights each of the grants, combined. But these are maintenance and operation grants, and they've asked for our support on them. And what I'd like to have is maybe a tentative agreement, if you're okay with it after right now, but that if you look at it, if you don't have an issue with it, we can put it on the agenda so that we can, get that to them within the time frame that they could actually use it. There's 6 different grants they're going after for maintenance and operation. Each one says maintenance and operation for that 4x4 camp, for the horse camp, etc.
So is this grants for DNR or through DNR?
Both. It's for DNR through DNR, but it would be used specifically in our Mason County lands for maintenance and operation in these specific areas. As you guys all know, we have a lot of people, but we don't have the staff. We don't have the ability up here to do the things they should be doing. But there are other areas closer to the bigger cities that don't have near the territory to cover, but they get a lot more money. And this is one opportunity. This director decided to think outside the box and go to battle in a different way. And after I sat down with him, I had to admit I liked it. I thought it was a good idea. Why not go out in the same process? So you'll see the grants. The verbiage is very simple. And like I said, I asked Mark to send them over to you, but I just got them today, or you would have had them already, and I apologize.
Yeah, so I saw Mark had forwarded these over to us. Just taking a look now. I have no problem moving forward with the letters. They look pretty standard form, and definitely want to make sure that we're having safe access for folks on these state lands.
So I guess the other question would be, is this something that has to go through our regular meetings, or can we just allow Mark to sign?
What's the time? When do they need to turn around by?
They actually have one this week is a timeline, but they have 2 different processes. So it'll carry half the weight.
The 13th and the 20th appear to be the timelines.
Yeah. So we'll miss one with the meeting, but we'll hit the second one.
So the one on the 13th could go out with Mark signing it.
I don't know if this would be appropriate or not, but I mean, Commissioner, I'd be okay if you did it and signed it for the 13th.
Okay. As the chair?
Well,
or with Randy?
Yeah. But
I'll do it however you guys say.
I would not mind if Commissioner Netherland signed it either, because this is your district and you worked hard on it. So I would support that.
So just a clarification, you're giving me permission to sign on behalf of the county for these, I think it's 6 different ones, just as they are, and just get them out for this round. The second round, though, I'd still like to bring it back to the commission just for an official one for that too.
Good with
for the one on the 20th. We do have a meeting on the 17th.
17th, yeah. Okay, I will make that happen. Okay, the second one is an odd duck. The ball field up in North Mason, the Sand Hill, was created by a bunch of community members that got together, worked some deals, did some trades, because the county did not own those lands. We owned lands, I think it was out in Dewato, and there were some trades with DNR, Fish and Wildlife, the North Mason School District, a fire department, and everything to create what we ended up with. Then the community came together and moved dirt and did a bunch of things like that. I had a meeting with one of the family members of the people that had done that, and they have equipment, that's what they do, and they said that they would be interested in jumping in and helping with that other addition. So what that means is, it'd be nice if you guys would allow me to take John and meet with them to start to look at what an actual design might be, and then bring back to see about having in-kind donation for community support for building that stuff. That was my other phone. I must have had a lax day. I don't know. So I don't know. It was such an odd duck because I hadn't seen that in years. But when you get these groups together and they start volunteering to put things in, they've done a lot of things over the years that would save us a lot of money. Even if it's just ground prep and stuff like that, the cost savings could be huge. But it's something we'd have to discuss and look at what an actual plan looks like, because they would, we're talking about having different types of fields. It would be nice to have fields like what I saw in Vancouver that have a baseball field / soccer field that could be also used for a football field. And it was AstroTurf. Well, no, that probably don't exist anymore. What do they call it now?
I'd be interested in learning a little bit more. I think, wanting to make sure that we're following,
Yes.
bid rules and all that kind of stuff for, procuring services. But, I trust John to weed through some of those things and get that through Diane and Mark. And if there's a conversation to have, then I'd be open to it. But I want to make sure we're hitting all those right boxes.
Agreed.
Right,
So
maybe also through legal.
So would you allow me, would you give me permission to pull together a meeting with me, John, and these community leaders with equipment, stuff like that, to have the preliminary conversations?
Yeah, it's fine with me. I know you'll bring it back to us, and
yeah, I would make a decision.
We'll have a chance to weigh in as well. So yeah.
I just would not call staff to go to do anything without permission first.
Yeah, no, I'd be interested just to hear the concept and the path forward.
Because one of the things that this person mentioned is they do this for a living. They looked at it and they said, you're not utilizing the land, how it's actually, how the land is actually laid out. And he says, this is what we do for a living. If you do this. I said, hold on, let's see what all the options are first. I don't even know if we have an option to take that type of input yet. So by bringing them together, we'll find out more together on what we could do and what it would look like. And that's the only thing I was asking for.
Okay, sounds good. I'm good.
Thank you. Mark, you want me to bring you with that meeting as well? Or just John?
If you'd like to, I'd love to attend.
Okay, we'll make it happen. That's all I had. Sorry.
I am going to be away from the office next week, though, just to let you know.
Well, as you know, I've got a lot going on the next few weeks, so it'll be after that, probably February.
All right. Do we have anything else?
So just for calendar updates, the hard part here is having to remember what I had already announced last week. And so I may attend virtually the Mason County Republican Party meeting tonight. I'm not sure if anybody else will. So that might be the only update that I would have to my calendar for this week.
So Commissioner Schutte, you ended up going to the Matlock one?
I did, yeah.
I thought you were going to, because I had some people reach out to me and I said, I have a feeling he's going. And I don't want to jump into any of that if Commissioner Schutte is going to be there. That's his place. And so I'm glad that you did. I had heard that there was a possibility. So thank you. They appreciate it. I know that.
Yeah, no, it was a great meeting. I mean, it was a 60, 70 plus people at the Grange Hall there talking about the fire district and some of the issues that they're having with the fire district and solutions and that kind of thing. Really productive, and it was good to see the community come together like that.
Having an experienced leader that actually deals with all these things there alleviates a lot of that steam and pressure, because when they start talking about things that can't be done or just admitting that there are issues that can be changed, that leadership is very much greatly appreciated. I know that, and I had talked to some people that were there. They very much appreciated you being there.
Well, and I have to also thank Lisa Frazier, our treasurer, who also made it out to the meeting and was a great presence there, and as well as State Representative Jim Walsh, who's lives in the Grays Harbor area, and as you know, that fire district crosses the county line into Grays Harbor, and so he has some constituents over there that alerted him as well. So definitely, I think a really productive meeting, and a lot more to come. legally and otherwise.
I bet that's another adventure. Yeah, I wanted to thank you for going to that meeting also. And I also wanted to just let everybody know that we were at Sheriff Spurling's swearing in.
But we did announce that though at their meeting.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if I announced
Yeah,
it or not.
we all did.
Mark reminded us that it was ceremonial in nature, and
Right, that's right.
that was
I was a maybe, but I went. But I did announce too.
it was a really great event.
And I think I did announce that I was going to the meeting tonight. But as far as any other updates, and things pop up, and so there are surprises that all of us get every now and then. So I'm sure that we'll all clarify if something happens and we all happen to be in the same place at the same time.
Well, and as long as we're smart, sometimes one of us has to leave, or sometimes we can be there and we can hear things, but it cannot be a taking of testimony in any way, because that becomes it. Or when we start speaking and giving our opinions on things that may come before us and we're both in the room, that's when a problem can arise. We need to always just be careful of that. But we live in the same county. We're gonna bump into each other. We're gonna see each other. We're actually allowed to talk to each other. People forget that. That's not against the rules.
No, it's not.
You just can't conduct business or talk about the things like that.
That's right. That's right. Mark.
Since you talked about things popping up, it reminded me of the fact that we just started legislative session. So oftentimes I'll get these frantic emails from Deborah saying, "Oh my gosh, there's a hearing coming up. Does Mason County want to sign in pro for it?" Some of them I'm extremely comfortable in saying, yes, please sign in pro. One was, specifically would allow us to hold some of our commissioner meetings outside the county seat once a month. So just give us more flexibility in where we hold our meetings. There was another one in there, though, that was talking about an extension of tax exemption for hog fuels. I believe Sierra Pacific utilizes hog fuels in their processes down at the mill here. And so this would extend the sales and use tax exemption for hog fuel from June 30th, 2024 to June 30th, 2034. So 10 years out.
And we're a huge producer of it here.
Yeah. Is that something that you guys would be comfortable with signing in pro for?
I would, yes.
Okay. The extension of the sales tax exemption. All right. Sounds good. I will let her know on both those.
Yeah, and it might be also just keeping track. I'm glad you brought up session, and keeping track of the bills that come forward. There are some through WSAC that I might reach out to the other two commissioners to ask them to provide testimony as far as their expertise in those areas too. So
yep, absolutely. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, do we have anything else?
Madam Chair, move we adjourn.
Second.
All right, we are adjourned. Thank you, guys.